What a way to start the stream. Instantly get hit with a massive yawn. Jesus. Alright. Man, it has been so windy in these past few days. Yesterday we had a massive rainstorm. Just like never ends with the weather here. Okay, let's swap this. Pop this open, mute that so we don't have echo. Oh, didn't actually copy paste. Whoops. Okay, let's get that. Do this. But I have two notifications. Weird. It's stuff I already looked at yesterday. Why did they re-notify me for that? Whatever. Okay, that's good, that's good, this is good, that's not correct. Fix that, fix this, there we go. Okay, let's swap over to this, and we're good to go. Mistakes were made, we don't have water. Well, whatever. We'll get that later. Okay, so I think I have all my dailies to do pretty much today. I think I start with the AB's dailies, do that, then we go to the Cadena, do the Ursus, and then swap over to Monster Perks. And then do everything else. Alright, move the chat over. Let's not forget the pop as door. Door is something important to pop, but not what we were looking for. Carry him in Golux. Time to murder.
Still blind to the difference between courage and carelessness, aren't you? I suppose I should thank you for barging in here.
Goodbye,
If you had
Arcarium.
the trouble of destroying my life's work, I would feel a slight
It's
pang
funny
of
how
guilt making
this character one-shots with his attack, but my chain is so weak on my Cadena I don't one-shot with it. It's kind of funny how the Cadena class works. How certain attacks are like, yeah, it does a lot of damage, and then other things are just like, nope. And we summon the dragon, and it obliterates our boy Golux as per usual. Alright, oh, I see my pets are hungry. Let's feed them. Alright, we do a little dance. Wow. Hey! We did get a superior. Not gonna complain about that, thank you, game. Always need some of these as spares. Only had the ones originally, and now I have all of them. Okay, so this is that. Oh, this is the belt. Yeah, okay. Did we get cubes? I can't remember. Need to look. I think I used them already on it. And I still didn't get the unique. It's like 60 cubes on this belt and it still hasn't hit unique. Unlucky. Not the end of the world though. We'll get more cubes as we go and eventually it'll happen. Do I don't have any more in here? Yeah, there's no more in here. I do need to spend some time doing the strawberry farms though. I gotta get those out of the way and just finish those up. Do I need to keep the reinforced at this point? For the earring. It's already 21, so no, I don't need to keep the reinforced, so we can get rid of the reinforced. Just like I don't need the pink bean belts, or that, not the pink bean, but the golden clover belts anymore. I can sell all of those and get rid of those. Ah, the stockpile of useless items. What set effect would I get for... Wait, if I equip these right now... Am I actually gaining combat power for doing this? Okay, well we obviously lose there, we obviously lose there, but then we gain... No, we pretty much gain, yeah. Or we stay the same. With no potential on these. Interesting. Just because of the 3-piece. I mean, his boss damage, attack... That's 40 attack and 20 boss damage, actually. Holy shit, and 30 all stat. Let's calculate all this stuff. I've never actually looked at this, so... Well, these have 45 dex. And this only has 39 stat, with we're ignoring the potentials. Does lose 15 attack. I guess let's just look at the final stats, and that's the easiest way to look at it total. Let's write this down in a notepad, just making this easier. We don't need that information anymore because we got that node. Made it finally. So 31, 3, 7, 8. Dex. Attack power 2292. Boss damage 273%. What other stat could I be looking at here? Okay, so all stat doesn't really matter because that's calculated in, and so is the total stat. And then this all gets added into the thing, so I don't need to think about it. And so does this. Okay, so if I go to this, we have slightly higher stat, 20% less boss damage, and our attack power is slightly higher, but this is stuff with no potential and no stars. Huh. I should have just equipped the Abso on this character and started up if I could. Would have been gains. Because this has, well, this has 6 attack power, and this is an Abso shoulders. So I can't even do anything. Yeah, interesting. Alright. Well, we need some more of these Legion coin shop. Need these. Yep, 2 of those. Thanks, game. The endless need for Legion coins never stops. At least they're always useful. I don't think I've ever been more annoyed than an item not being useful. Should take out some of those. Oh, we already had a bunch. Okay, well, let's epot this thing. Let's epot the shoulder, because why not? And let's epot these, or not epic potential, but just... Do I have any 50% scrolls? I don't think so, do I? No, just advanced. Hello, Sawi! So I came to the realization that these 3 items that I had, the Nova stuff, the Tyrant, and the Shark Tooth Skipper Shoulder, were worse than just equipping base Abso. So I'm currently in the process of just equipping these and actually giving them some potential and such. And then upgrading my Twilight Marks to epic potential. Which eventually is the road of getting all of the unique and the legendary. What about you, Sally? How's your day going? Okay, so I need to get these advanced potential scrolls. I need to send Meso over. I'm broke. Okay, let's do the Kinesis dailies. Send the Meso over from the Kinesis, and then after the Kinesis dailies, we go to Cadena to do Ursus, and then come back to the AB to fix it up. I think that's the ideal order of operations here. It's going not too bad. That's always good to hear.
Still blind to the difference.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, that took a bit longer than I was expecting, but, you know. Things are done. And we are back. Close that. Move this over. And feed the pets, and then we go do Ursus, and then we go do the usual. Hello, Raiden. How you doing? What have you been up to? Games you've been playing, what have you been up to recently? Surviving, playing Risk of Rain 2. Nice. The game? It's a pretty good game. I played a lot of the Risk of Rain 1. I never got into the second one, though. Though the second one seemed very similar. What'd you do to deserve the timeout, VVB? I mean, okay. When do you not deserve the timeout, I guess is the better question. But what did you do this time, VVB? And you guys love giving me work. Oh, timeout. VVB, Prime. You did something. 30 sec. Oh, I don't have to actually type seconds. Just defaults to 30 and it only does it in seconds to calculate. Well, you did something, VVB. I don't know what, but it's the standard. Mod. VVB Prime. Have you started playing FF14? I heard something about more people playing FF14 now. He doesn't have Lethal Company. I mean, I also don't have Lethal Company. I've never really played a lot of those party type games. You have been playing FF14? Do you have like the expansions or are you playing the free to play version? He's a dingus. I mean, we ban VVB on principle every now and then, you know? I'm amazed that homie Waleed hasn't banned him yet. Free to play, still got a lot more to go. I mean, it makes sense. That game's pretty massive. There's a lot of stuff you can do before getting to the new content. I saw a pretty exciting patch upcoming for 7.4 where the fact that transmog is going to be available for every spec, no matter what you are. So if you want to be a plate-wearing caster or cloth-wearing tank, you can now do that. So you could already kind of do that, but now you'll be able to use, like, everything. So any transmog that you like from another spec, well, it's available for everything now. We all know how important transmog is at the end of the day for every game. Wait, so that's all I want to do on this character for now. Now I gotta go back to the... how much money do I have on this character? Oh, we have 2 bill. What spec have you been playing, Raiden? What's your, like, go-to... You're like tanking, healing, DPS, you've been doing a bit of everything? Topha main decided to go Pugilist? So a Monk main. Have you only played Monk or you tried any of the other specs? Okay, with 3 billion mesos, that should be enough to do what I want to do on my AB, I hope. One with Marauder, Kazakhs will continue that character. Wait, do you have multiple characters? You should only be playing one character and just swapping jobs, right? You're not playing multiple characters? I mean, technically you can play multiple characters, it's just kind of not really what you do in that game. Not many people do that. I'm swapping jobs? Okay. Yeah, the only people I've ever seen play multiple characters are streamers who have multiple characters on different servers. Cryptic did tell me and saved me a shit ton of time. Yeah, I would be definitely awkward at that point of just like, start playing the game and you're like, man, I want to try all these other jobs, and nobody tells you, yeah, you can just play the other jobs on that character. Makes like 6 characters, you're just like, what? Everybody else looks at you like, what the hell are you doing? You a psycho. Do 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 do. Open my storage, didn't grab the mesos. Genius, player Rin genius. Living up to the name. Okay. So let us see. We don't have any cubes for this. This is a bad potential. So let's at least reroll this to what we want. Okay, well that's Dex 6%. That's what we wanted. Let's get this to Dex. Yeah, well the all stats are nice and all, but we want Dexterity. There we go. Well, how did you get Epic potentialed? You know what, I'm not gonna question it, I'm just gonna accept it. So what level are you up to? And what's your, like, goal? Are you just playing through the story? You doing a bunch of side stuff? Like, what have you been up to in that game? Because there is a lot of stuff you can do. Well, you have to get to certain levels. Like, I don't think there's too much stuff until at least level cap of the first expansion. Or at least level 50, I should say. And then it, like, branches out pretty hard, because that's when the first level cap was. Level 40, main square, story 26, and my main goal is to beat the shit out of every Omega variant. Want to fight the Battle Beetle? Well. Can you do that as a free-to-play? I don't think it goes, because I think it's Shadowbringers for Omega, or is it? Might be the expansion before that. You might have that in free-to-play, I think. Game, can you just give me the 6%, or 7% dex in this case? There we go. I just had to speak it into existence. Let us stamp this up. You can fight one variant as free? Okay. The Omega variant ignited, or the Omega in Wilds ignited your spirit to fight it. It was a very fun fight in Wilds. Okay, and now we potential this up. Surely we can roll Dex. Not asking for much here, game. That's very close to Dexterity. We're one letter off, though. And that's a very crucial mistake that you can make. There it is. Okay, and now... let's see how much this costs to get this up to 10 stars. Considering we're not even at 1,000,000 mesos yet, this isn't that bad. But the 10 stars to 15 stars gets very expensive very quickly. And Lava Mega is so cool. It is a very epic fight. Do you actually know how to do starboard and larboard, or you just put up shield or dodge through and don't care? Oh, you haven't fought him in Wilds? Oh. Oh yeah, because your PC couldn't run it anymore after one of the updates, right? You'll learn to dread the names Starboard and Larboard. I can safely tell you that one. Come on, Mesos, get me to where I want to get to, please and thank you. Come on, Boots, to 15, for pretty please, okay. I don't think it's worth doing this right now, for that, just clip these. We are now 32 mil. So we gained about 1,000,000 power from doing that. And there's a lot more power to be gained from these potentially in the future, if I don't get arcanes to replace them. But I will take this change for now. Call that a win. Alright. I should have done that a long time ago. I didn't really think about just equipping the 3 pieces of like... Just equipping the Abso set's actually pretty nice. It's a lot of power. Considering I had no set effect before. At least you can run at FF14. Always makes me sad how, like, Wilds runs like crap for most PCs. It's like, it's just disappointing when a game just runs poorly. Okay, there's that. That's good. Am I on the correct Legion page here? Nope. I guess I could upgrade some of this stuff. Let's see. So let's get normal damage up. And then from that we can do... Oh, I didn't max out crit damage. Oh, whatever, we'll do... Oh, Dex is already pointed in. Okay, well, as sad as it to say, there's not many games that compete with Bloons Tower Defense 5 for how badly it runs at one point, okay? You do win there, VBB. That game will literally kill any PC in existence at one point. That's just because that game has the biggest memory leak to known to man, if you keep it running. So I can't really call that, you know, it's a standard of the day and age. Poorly optimized games. It amazes me how popular that game got, though. From a little Flash game that people would just play, to like having spin-offs, having a bunch of games, and a whole company being founded around it. Like, it's kind of crazy how a lot of the popular games, if you think about it, spawned from custom games or like Flash games that people just made as like hobbies. Dota 2 was a custom game in Warcraft 3. The Dota 2 Dota, I should say, spawned freaking League of Legends. And then you have like all those Flash games that just turned into real games and companies, like straight up. Balloons is one of the bigger ones that I can think of that's just like a Flash game that just became big. But there's plenty of other examples throughout gaming. Didn't the Balloons Tower Defense guys make a card game now? Or is that still like an alpha stage or something? Because I remember watching one of my YouTubers I follow play it. But then I've never seen another video from it, so I don't know anything about that. It seemed like an interesting concept of how you played that. I don't know if it was really good or not. Or if it's actually popular. Let's go see. Balloons Card Storm. Oh, it's on Steam. Oh, you have to pay for it, though? Oh, no, it's free to play. Mixed reviews. That's never good. Doesn't show how many people are playing in the game. Yeah, where's the mixed reviews? Huh. Game is not very good, it seems. Seemed like a fun concept, but it, like, didn't seem very balanced when I watched the YouTuber play it. And YouTuber in question was Raren. He plays a lot of Hearthstone stuff. When I watched him play it, it didn't seem super balanced, but it seemed pretty interesting. Based on the comments I'm reading in the Steam page, though, balance ain't great. As in non-existent, so... yeah, the problems that I saw continued and did not get better. Kind of reminds me of the League card game that also died. Well, as it, I think it turned into a single-player game straight up instead of a multiplayer game. Their whole like 3-board card game that they were trying to do. Again, cool concept, just didn't really work out in practice. Wasn't that fun to play? Why did I have the 7-star bomb? Oh, because I was leveling him up. Was I really trying to make... how do I have a plan to make this into a freaking unique? I do not make nearly enough Embassy Bombardiers, unless I get lucky to do this. It's kind of a risky business. Well, whatever. Yeah, let's put you in to level you up, and I guess we get one of these again. And we just save like this. Do you have anything special? Crit rate with HP restore and MP. Do I already have? It's my healing fams on this setup. HP and MP, attack and HP. Yeah, okay, so they're all the same. Okay, the question is, did I miss any cards? Holy Schmiters, what a word. Clash Royale made $4 billion? I mean, Clash Royale has always made an absurd amount of money. That game is one of the first, like... At least in my memory, it's one of the first games I remember seeing on mobile that, like, really made it big. Subway Surfer is the other one that I see all over the place, but I don't know if it actually made. Clash of Clans only made 335 million. Yeah, but I mean, when Clash of Clans made that money, it was pretty ridiculous back then compared to what you were used to seeing from games. So it's pretty shocking. And nowadays, like, the video game market for mobile games is ridiculous. The money made from that whole, like, section of gaming is just like, what of? Oh yeah, Candy Crush. Yeah, that's the one I'm forgetting. I, like, somehow managed to avoid everything Candy Crush related. Even my school, it wasn't popular in my school at all. Like, nobody talked about it. It was surprising. Because Clash of Clans definitely made it big when that came out. I'm gonna do something and now I'm, like, completely blank. Oh, my familiar stuff. Alright, so we need some iron shot. Let's just get all of these. Get all of those. Let's do the same for this guy. PUBG wasn't a thing. PUBG came after my time. I remember why. The Myra Gems Plus. Oh boy, VBB. Oh boy. PUBG collabed with Skibidi Toilet at one point. Yeah, that's something that's... I don't even understand how that shit happens. Like, how that internet meme actually, like, is a thing and is a collab partner and, like, other stuff. I got nothing, boys. I can't explain it. I don't understand, and I don't think I'll ever understand that one, but... I've seen other memes get big, but Skibidi Toilet is not one I expected to do what it did. I don't even understand, like, who even owns Skibidi Toilet? I thought it was just an internet meme that got made. Like, how did that even become, like, a thing that you could collab with, of all things? Like, who the hell is making the money off that meme? Who actually licensed themselves to be like, yeah, we own this? Okay, so this character should be done, right? Yeah. Let's go do this character, why not? Yeah, what did they even, like, what, Skibbity, Toilet, Collab, Pub. They did it with Fortnite, too? There's no way. Holy shit, they even did it with Fortnite. How the fuck? I don't even have words. Sometimes you see something and you're just like, wow, this is a wild timeline we live in, that this is reality. I really should start doing this stuff on this character. I also need to do bossing later. Lock in place, then it'll get sorted. Sort by type. We do need the golden clover belts for this character eventually, so we may as well keep those in stockpile. Think bean cups are fine to keep also. I don't think anything else in this pile is useful though. I think all the rest of this stuff is garbage. We are going to send it some abs at one point to just fill out these slots. Yeah, okay. Let's go do Monster Park. I don't have the money for the Monster Park. Let's go get some money. $800 million. Back to the cash shop. Buy the Monster Parks. What are the random, like, crossovers that you've seen that just make you go like, what? Is this real? I can't think of any other ones. Like, the Skibbity Toilet one's definitely up there in the terms of like, wow, this is reality. I'm trying to think of other collabs that could happen that, like, really would have made me go, like, eyes wide, like, really? That's definitely up there. Did I gain some secret? No. But I feel like my side guys are just obliterating these mobs way easier now. Compared to even yesterday. Did I do something? Oh, I guess I did gain a level. And that does make a big difference in this game when you gain a level. Oh yeah, I should probably do this right here. Ah, there we go. Do 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 do. Wow, that is some cursed clearing that just happened there. We'll have so many mobs alive with like 1 HP. Note to self, always save big skills for this final area. Kind of important. Monster parks are fun, but not really. Here's your 20-30 seconds full map clear skills on the last room. Yeah, Corsair is pretty fun for that, because I have a lot of good map clearing tools. Also, welcome to the stream, Smart. How you doing? I don't know if you were here earlier to hear any of the cursed collaborations that have existed. Do you know of any cursed collaborations? The one we were last on was Skibbity Toilet and PUBG and Fortnite. Do you know any cursed collabs? I don't know if anything's going to top that one, to be quite frank, because that's like... I don't even know how that becomes a collab and how that becomes a thing, but here we are. Yeah, most collabs I've seen in my life are not, like, I can't really define them as cursed. I just... It's crazy how powerful just some random internet meme actually has become in this day and age. Because its, like, presence was so massive in that time period. It actually made it to become a thing that, like, people are spending money on and caring about. And it's not just some random, like, oh, it's a funny joke on the internet. And that's about it, you know? It's cool, but at the same time, it's just crazy. Because even if you go back, like, not even that long, like 7, 8 years, I don't think it doesn't really happen. Maybe that's too short of a period of time, but... Yeah, I mean, 6-7's kind of just... Even if you look into that one, it's just kind of like... Not much is there. So the origin of it? There is none. Like, there genuinely isn't really an origin to it. It just kind of like... People just kind of made it into 69, kind of funny number, and that's it. That's 6-7. It's kind of like 69, only there's no, like... Nothing related to it to make it into a funny number. They just decided it was going to be funny, and then people just laugh at it. And that's the lore. That's the origin. I tried looking it up just to see because I was curious. I was like, alright. I clearly missed this and like I don't really get it, so I'm gonna go look at this and like... This is probably the most shallow meme I've ever seen exist. There is nothing to it. Which, like, most memes don't have crazy origin stories or anything like that, but, you know. Usually there's a bit more going on. But this one's, like, blank. It's also word of the year on dictionary.com. Like I said, like... Yeah, It's just, it's there, it exists, and I'm like, okay, I get it. I get it in some ways, but like, it is what it is. Not everything in life has to make sense. This is one of those times. You just accept and you move on, because it's happened with many memes over the years, where you're just like, you know, I don't fully get it, but we're just gonna accept it. That's all you gotta think sometimes. You're just like, ah, well, I missed the mob at the start. I hate myself. This little straggler in the corner. Screw you, mob. You had literally one hit too. Always gotta be a single straggler that just makes me, like, have to come back from. Oh, actually, Corsairs don't have good mobility? Oh, they have good mobility. It's just... Oh, okay, compared to Buck, I don't know if they have that great of mobility. Right, so all our mobility tools, we have this little backstep thing. So we have this thing that we can do. We have this for the up jump. And then the glide from that same button. Obviously, we have rope lift. And then we have this dash that they gave to us. So we have our mobility, right? But I wouldn't call it that great if I have to go backtracking like that, because it's not that quick to get around. It's good for bossing mobility, though, because this is a great tool to just reposition short distance. Not exactly the fastest, though. And then this up jump's pretty decent. I think there's a way to keep yourself in the air infinitely. I don't know how to do it. I don't think I'm missing any mobility, though. I don't think that's all of my buttons. Can't. There's something you can do to stay in the air for very long, though, as Corsair. And I can't remember what it is right now. I have to go look at, like, people who actually play Corsair. It's kind of like the Cadena thing. You can stay in the air infinitely as Cadena. I don't do it. Never really had a reason to do it, so I've never learned how to do it. And it's not finicky, but unless you practice it, you're not going to do it as a Cadena. So. Oh, it's probably something to do with Blink, actually, now that I think about it. Do I have Blink? I do have Blink. So if I put this on like 5 and then I do this. There's probably something to do with like resetting your float somehow and like being able to up jump again somehow or something weird with using Blink, because I'm pretty sure I remember Blink being involved. Get rated? I know you're memeing with Sonic. Okay, I was like, I know you're memeing, but I'm sure somebody modded in a character and made a Sonic in that game, which is the sad part, because I was like, is he playing modded? And I'm like, well, yeah, you might be right, but no. He's just talking about the power-ups. Hello, I call boat. Boat destroy you. I still find it cool that you call the Nautilus as this class and just like, yep, the boat just comes, appears, and blasts the shit out of your enemies. It's my last run, or do I have 2 runs left? 2 runs left to do. Do I not get a level up today? Am I sad? Don't think I level up. Wow, that bounce was sad. What's my idea in this class? Actually, what arcane force do you need for Damien and Lotus? Do they not have any arcane or force at all for those two? I thought they did to do more damage to them. I guess they're not even... No, I guess, yeah, they're not even in the Arcane Force area. Yeah, they're not part of Arcane River now that I think about it. I just always consider them as part of the, like, that tier of bossing and stuff, but they're actually not. Yeah, they're both in the Maple World. Huh. And other guys are really just weak, aren't they, huh? Jesus. You need, what, 91%? Or is it 93? 93%, right? IAD on your page is what you're aiming for those, any bosses as soon as you're, like, Lomian and up? Or do Lomian, like, have less for some reason? Oh, I missed one mob down here. Hello, friend. Goodbye, friend. What IED do you need for Lomian? Because I'm thinking of them as being like 93% like everything else, because I'm pretty sure you want 93% by the time you're doing like Vellum, right? They're 300? Okay, so you pretty much want 93% like everything else. Because the last time I tried to kill them on this Corsair, this character was at like 2 million power. So as long as I swap my page over and all that, I should be hitting all the benchmarks and be able to kill Lomian pretty easily on this Corsair. Though my nodes aren't that great yet, so might be still struggling because of the node situation. Probably should move the boost nodes up. Probably should fix my page for that. Whee! And that's another bot. Set of monster parks completed for the day. And we'll come back to this character after reset to actually do the rest of the stuff on it. Hello, Nick. You're struggling on a particular story, boss. Which boss, Nick? Ran into an ad. Did I say something after? No, I was just talking about my Corsair. And saying it should have all the requirements to be able to do Lomian. At this point, if I swap the stuff. Story mode, Kalos. Are you walking in with, like, your origin and everything and just, like... I feel like if you swap to your full bossing stuff, so all your gear, your Legion links, all that stuff, Just that alone, just swap into that and pressing like your burst, origin, and bursting down Kalos in the story, you should be able to kill it pretty easily. I'm missing. I felt like I didn't have that many issues with Kalos. Story. Let me go check that out here. I haven't actually, like, I don't remember. Your combat power is only 15 mil. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's gonna be... It's gonna be rough. Because, like, if I go on my AB, I'm at 33 mil on this character, so that character would just, like, delete it, I'm pretty sure with that. Maybe if I unequip some items, let me see. Can I even do story mode Kalos? Now that I'm past the story, I don't actually know if it lets you. I assume it would. No, it doesn't even pop up in the thing. I'm trying to think at 15 mil. Because I don't know the mechanics for story mode Kalos. Story mode Kalos. Maplestory. You should be able to do it though. Because usually the story stuff's not that bad. Uh, du- 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 du. Oh, what is your Sacred Force? I mean, I feel like you should. 110? Okay, so that's not it. You're not doing reduced damage because of that. So that's not like a problem. Du- 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 du. Okay, so it has a billion HP. It's level 275, even in the story. Okay. They're doing reduced damage because of that. What's your IED? Ignore enemy defense? I mean, you probably have enough of that. Yeah, I'd imagine your ID is fine, though, because you've done bossing before, so I can't imagine. Well, this is the thing I'm looking on the wiki for. And these... This is the HP it shows on the story mode. 94.92% with event buffs. Yeah, that's more than enough. That's what the page is saying. Have you been Where'd you get the 1.4 trillion for the story mode one? Okay, so both the wikis have different numbers. Which one's the real wiki that has the correct answer to this problem? Who knows? Because they both have different amounts of HP on it. So it either has 1.4 trillion. Okay, I said billion, but yeah, I didn't count correctly. It is 1 trillion in mine and 1.4 trillion in yours. But either way, both of them are different numbers, but either way, I said a billion and that was wrong. Numbers are hard, guys. Too many zeros here we're talking about. But you have all the stuff that you would need to be able to kill it. Are you standing inside the boss's hitbox? Yeah, you should be able with your stats and stuff to be able to kill it. What's happening to you? Did you just die out? Like, what's actually happened to you in the fight, Nick? Yeah, because I had, like, way higher combat power when I went into the Kalos fight, so for me it's very different when I did it. Because my Kinesis was at, like, 60 million at that point. So I kind of just obliterated it. But yeah, like Smart says, just stand on the platform above it so that you dodge a bunch of the damage it's doing. Don't be inside his hitbox because he does a lot of touch damage. Uh, Worst comes to worst, like, you walk in, Origin, Burst, do all your stuff. Hide on the top platform as much as you can. Wait till next burst and just keep bursting and binding him and then you should be able to kill it. Because at 15 million, like, it's not going to be just walk in and delete him, but it should be doable. I'm not exactly the biggest repertoire on Kalos tips and tricks. I've barely fought him normally, so I don't know all his stuff, and especially the story mode one, I don't. I did that once, and like I said, I walked in and Origin did. I think I might have died the first time because I didn't realize the touch damage. So I just kind of stood in him and just obliterated myself. So that might be what's happening to you as you're standing on top of him. Because he hurts a shit ton if you're standing inside his hitbox. It's one thing I learned the hard way. The Phantom one is more accurate. The one on the Maple Wiki is more an average amount of HP. I see. Welcome to the stream, Lucas. How you doing today? Yeah, Nick was having some issues with the story boss Kalos. Doing the dishes. Fun. Yeah, this is done, this is done, this is done, so we want to do this. Yeah, let's go do Arcarium. Correct stuff, yep. I already farmed this stuff, huh? Yeah. I guess that's right, I did end up farming into the next day.
Still blind to the difference between courage and... I suppose I should thank you for barging in here. If you hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life and work, I would feel a slight pang of guilt at making you suffer.
Nice, congrats, Nick. Congrats on progressing through the story. Now you'll never have to fight story mode Kalos ever again on your account. I'm so happy for that change for the story stuff that you can just skip everything. Ugh. Having all of the progress be tied to you did it once, you're good. Is so nice for a game. The next time you fight Kalos will be the real one. That one's going to be a little harder to do. That's what I mean, like, I did it once, and I'm like, dude, I don't know what the difference between story mode Kalos is and the normal Kalos, like... I don't know what goes on in the story mode. Just like I said, I walked in and I died the first time because I stood inside of his hitbox not knowing, hey, touch damage is a thing. This guy sucks for it, too. Have fun. So I deleted myself. And I was like, okay. And then I just kind of killed him the second time, and I was like, okay, I didn't really, like, learn anything or know anything. So I was just like, yeah, story mode Kalos. That's why I was surprised that, like, he was having issues with the story mode, though, because, like, none of the story mode ones have been too troublesome. Like, I'm trying to think of any story mode boss that, like, really gave me any amount of issues so far. Because, like, Kalos is the last boss that you fight in the story, right, so far? Because there's no way you fight Baldrix as part of the story. That didn't even exist. There's no other boss after Kalos, right, story-wise related? That you have to do while doing the main story to, like, get to the new zones? I don't think there's another fight. Story Lucid was hell? Yeah, depending on your power, there's going to be a lot of different experiences. Based on what timeline and what you did. For what's going to be, like, annoying for you to have done. Because for me, when I did Lucid and all that, God, that was so long ago. I can't even remember Lucid at all. I don't remember having any issues myself, personally. Magnus story mode, depending... Like, Magnus was definitely a problem child of a boss. For a lot of people, for a lot of stuff. That's definitely up there as one of the more memorable, holy shit, I hate a boss. Trying to think of the other bosses that we fought in the story. I don't remember Will being that bad in the story. We did fight Will, right? God, I really don't remember the story. All this stuff was like over 8 years ago for a lot of these stories that I did for all these bosses. The only recent ones I've done is all the Sacred Forest maps, but none of those were particularly hard because I've been way overgeared for that. And then all the other stuff is so old that, like, I just don't remember it at all. Magnus is just memorable, but I don't even think it's because of the story. Well, actually, it's memorable because I love the days when you hit 200, right? And you had to kill Magnus to advance to 5th job. And they didn't have the special story one for it. So if you had cleared Magnus on normal that day, well, you're shit out of luck. Have fun. You gotta wait till tomorrow to advance the 5th job. Rip Bozo. That's like my biggest memory of doing anything related to Magnus. Is just getting pissed at him because of the stupidity of that questing for a 5th job back then. Outside of that, like the actual Magnus hard fight, if you're on eye level, well, not on eye level, but like on a gear level for him is an absolute fiesta because it's just like, okay, I'm gonna go in, meteors are gonna spawn, and I'm gonna explode a couple times, and depending how powerful you are, you hope to dear God you just kill him before those 15 lines evaporate in front of you because Magnus orbs are kind of BS. And let's be real, when you're fighting Magnus, when he's actually relevant content to you, you just kinda die. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that is very, very, very easy to do nowadays compared to what it used to be. Yep. I never actually experienced 6th job with having the charge of crystals. During the release of 6th job, I had a single 260 and I never did anything with it, and I didn't actually do anything with that 260. That was the Aaron. The Aaron was not the first one to unlock his 6th job on this account. I did not actually do anything. Billy did it on his Luminous and actually unlocked his Origin at the time. I did nothing. Didn't really play the game that much. I was still a Legion Mule at that point. Yep, you had to do the entirety of the quest line on a character without arcane symbols. So you did Giga reduced damage, you were completely useless. It was a struggle. Especially because that was old when it was still called Reboot. And how the damage formula and stuff worked back then. You literally did ZDPS. And got obliterated. It's crazy to think that, like, even if we look like 2 years ago, how different the game is now. And, like, if you just look back in time, it's like recommending this game to a new player was, like, quite the challenge. And nowadays, it's like you tell a new player to come into the game, and depending when they start, like, if they have the Challenger World or if they have, like, some event going on, you just get to be pretty progressed pretty quickly with not much trouble. I don't like the original Golux quest line having to do the Crimson Castle BS. Let's just say I'm happy they changed it, and I do miss the fact that Golux was a complete joke back then compared to today's standards. Because back then, like, Golix was like, there was no talk about getting other sets or preparing for Golix. You would just walk into Golix after doing that questline and delete them. And you would get your superior set like no problem. But holy hit was the questline to do it miserable. I much prefer now. Well, okay. If we would have had the old Golix with how easy it is, but you could skip the quest line, I think everybody would prefer that. But at least nowadays, like, most people, when you start doing Golix stuff, you're going in relatively strong. Which one? The pink beam mist, or the pink mist? The mind controls you, and if you walk to the center of his mouth, you die? Or the hands just one-shotting you, because that's a fun thing too. Or, you know, you get hit by the explosion on the second platform, and then you're low HP, and then you don't actually heal, and then you explode again, and you die. There's a lot of things that kill you pretty easily on Golux. But he's not that challenging. Did you go in an Ori? Yeah, I mean, if you're 260, but a lot of people start doing Golux before 260 on some of their ults. So then you don't have the easiest time. With the 1 HP and the explosion happening right at the same time? Yeah, that's always a fun one. There's a lot of annoyances that if you can't just delete Golux, he's not a fun fight. I don't really like Golux that much because of that. That's why I walk in and origin him. And I don't bother doing it too, That's why I don't bother with him until I'm 260. You just origin him and then, no problem. Easy peasy. Smile. It's always fun doing him on my 3 million character. Yeah. There's a reason why I don't do it on, extra characters. I mean, I can technically do it on the Aaron and the Collie, but, I do it on 3 characters, it's enough for now. Maybe we move on to making the Corsair a 4th one. Visible platform on the top of the map. I don't know about the invisible platform on the top of the map. I have no idea about that one. Like I said, my experience with Golix is walk in, kill him, not really learn him. I can't say I've done many struggle runs of the boy. You can straight up just rope lift and be outside of the map. What the heck? Interesting. Today, I learned. Anything else I need to set up for this farm? Do I have my familiar set up for this? Yep, you're leveled up. Or you're leveling up. We got the guys to level up. Okay. Yeah. So we got everything we need. Any of these symbols gonna level up soon? I think this character has something, right? Oh god, yeah, this. How much is it gonna cost? Oh, it's not that bad. Only 709 million. This week should be preview. Let's see what they're gonna show us. It's 1 week and well, okay, 1 day, 8 days away from probably one of the biggest patches in Maplestory history. Like, this is a pretty massive patch coming to the game. Like, a lot of things are changing. A lot of things are happening in this patch. The Ren patch is very massive, all things considered. I'm pretty hyped about it. Like, even if you ignore the class release, like, just all the stuff they're releasing around the class, there's a lot going on. New monster perks, New, the pitch pity system. Like, there's just a ton of stuff. Like, I'm literally going to be reading patch notes when those come out on the 11th. And I'm going to be there for, like, I'm not even probably joking, it's, like, going to be, like, a 2-hour patch notes of just reading the new stuff. Not even talking about, like, all of the things. Like, it's just so much stuff. And a lot of questions are going to get answered of how they plan on doing the pity system. Yeah, the Beyond Burning for the level 5 sacred symbols just pre-leveled for those zones. Oh, that's so nice. Because, like, I had this issue on the last Challenger World where I was out leveling my Sacred Force. Like, once if it wasn't for the title giving you 100, which, like, technically speaking, you don't want to really pop that right away. You want to save that for later, for when the first title runs out. But that was definitely, like, a scary time. Like, when you ran out of that Sacred Force, it was like, and that title goes away, you're just, like, under Sacred Force, and I'm like, oh, this is a real problem. This is the first time this character actually has more Sacred Force than the maps is leveling in. I'm also curious about the temporary Sacred thing, how that's going to work. Though, it doesn't really matter for us, but it'll matter a lot for a new player. Because for us, we can just skip and get our Sacred Symbol right away. And I think it goes away as soon as you get your Sacred Symbol. So I don't know if it'll actually be anything useful for us. I hope all my Copium brothers and me end up winning in the end for the Universal Cash Shop. I hope we end up being correct there, and that our Copium was not misplaced, and our Hopium. You know? I'd love to be proven right on this one. I don't, you know, the hopes are dwindling, the hopes are not as strong. But I gotta keep belief. I don't think any of the non-believers will be happy if we're wrong. You know, it's not a case of, well, it's us versus them. No, it's everybody wants us to be right. It's just we're not high hopes that we're right. Well, the fact that Maple Sea got it, like, at that point we'd be the only major region without it, so it'd be rough. And people are definitely gonna riot. And I don't think anybody's gonna be happy about that. Like, if MC didn't get it, I'd be like, okay, not looking good for us. You know, like, if the fact that that region didn't get it, it's like, okay, at least, you know, we wouldn't be the only ones, so then the non-believers have more hill to stand on. But the fact that they got it is like, ooh, okay. Gives us believers a little more hope. Hey, Lucas. Can you do me a favor and buff Raven Alpha again? With the full buffs? if you're available. Phantom and the hero, like, and Wild Hunter if you can. I don't know. Okay, I think you have to. Phantom as hero. He says to meet him in Channel 18, Zakum. If there's anything else you'd want to buff him with, I'm sure he wouldn't mind, but that's usually I just give him not even Phantom. I just give him. You don't have an Aaron? I think that's fine. I haven't been giving him the Aaron buff, even though I probably should have. I didn't even realize Aaron could buff them, and that was a separate thing. But usually I've only been giving him the, not Phantom, but the Hero and Wild Hunter buff. So. I need to make a list of all those external buffs that you can give. Actually, does Channel 18 Zakum. Thanks for doing that, Lucas. I would do it for him usually, but kind of just pop my buffs, and I don't really want to lose them. Mozwan, Aaron, Phantom. Is what it mostly does. How many of those are going away with that new potion they're releasing in the next patch? Because there's that new buff pot that we're getting, right? I assume that potion is going to work the same way as the current potions do, like serums and all that. You can't pop it back in the fight. It's pop at the start of the fight, and then when it times out, and you're just donezo. So having the actual class will still be useful. Because they last, like, you can rebuff with them and stuff, but at least now we don't have to do this weird, like, buff stuff with other classes from other people. The true level 200 Phantom has the fake arcane symbol equipped. This man made this as a buffer, and that's what it is. It exists. Or Absolute Wild Hunter? To be honest, I have no idea what he does for buffs. So Justino's always been interesting. And the fact that he just plays at his own pace. Because, okay. The first time I met Justino, we're doing Black Mage. He pops in. He sees us doing it. He helps us out, right? I started inspecting his gear. He's got a blue spell book as a dual blade, okay? As a blade master / dual blade, you know? That's the first thing I realized. And the answer to why he has a blue one is because he likes it for the color. So I think this man's always done some... He's played at his own pace. So I don't question it too much when certain things happen with him. I just accept, and I'm like, okay. Because he definitely should be popping serums. What else has been, like, interesting? Well, the fact that he's got a deep dark critical ring on is interesting to me. Like I said, Justino's always just played at his own pace and done some interesting things, so... I don't think he is a hyper metagamer by any means. But you're correct, he should be popping serums instead of asking for the Wild Hunter buff. Considering it's longer. So I'm not in, like... I just kind of shrug my shoulders and I'm like, sure, you want the Wild Hunter buff? You want the hero buff? Why not? I'll give him to you. Yeah, so he's losing 4 minutes of that buff, essentially. Yeah, I got no words. Like I said, he's got a blue spell book, okay? As a thief. One minute farming greatest. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Justino does Justino things, okay? The last time I saw him, he was like 115 mil combat bar. After like a week. So, God knows what he does and how he plays. I mean, if you just inspect his gear right now, he's got some weird stuff equipped. For going into Black Mage. Exhibit A. Exhibit B. He also, like, super values attack power over everything. On everything. Like, he absolutely adores attack power. He's got this 15-star monocle. What else does he have that, like, threw me for a loop when I saw it before? Nothing else really on the equips, I don't think. Is there anything weird in this that I saw that I was like, huh, really? So for some reason he has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Crazy. Is he just straight up missing a link skill right now equipped? 1, 2, 3, 6. No. No. Oh yeah, it's weird looking because of the fact that he has his personal one. Yeah, that's right. For the extra slot, that's why it looks weird in this. And I'm like, why does it look like it's off? It's supposed to be an even number, but yeah. Or anything else? Yeah, no. It definitely, like, you make 100% sense, Lucas. But again, it should, yeah, it's always going to be like that. It's just, oh wait, that's Alana. Yeah, it's always going to be like that. It's just my My brain forgot. Oh yeah, we technically have 13 link skills at all times. 12 plus our personal one. And then when you inspect someone, it's going to look weird like this. And throw my brain off. Because I'm looking for an even number, and then there's always going to be this extra. But that's because technically on our page, this plus these 12, 13. It looks weird to my brain. But yeah. Justino's been a curious player to me ever since I've met him. Good guy. Very helpful. Very nice. Just I don't think he's definitely a power gamer in any shape, way, or form. He plays at his own pace, does his own thing, and, like, doesn't really care about what's happening. He just plays the game. Because, like I told him, he probably shouldn't kill Black Mage until, you know, after next week's patch. Because of the pity system and all that. Like, we all assume, like, it's safer to just wait till after this patch. I still think my favorite interaction with him was asking about the book. And then the answer just being, I like the color blue. And me being like, okay. That's reason enough for why you picked the blue spell book. Wait, so if you use the Wild Hunter buff and then pop a Serums, does the Serums not just overwrite the Wild Hunter buff? I thought it would just get rid of the Wild Hunter buff. I assume he's using a Serums, so I don't know why he asked for the Wild Hunter buff then. Considering it's just shorter. Is there even a way to make the Wild Hunter buff longer than the Serums? I thought the whole point of these potions was to, like, kind of remove the necessity of their buffs. And the only advantage is if you're actually partying with them, that they end up lasting longer because they will be 100%. Maxed out was 15? Interesting. You need to make max to reach 15 though? Yeah. Because that's like a bunch of buff duration. But like you need all the possible sources to reach that. Well, it seems like his attempt did not go very well. Considering I don't think at that combat power you're soloing it this fast, and I don't think his first words in French out would be RIP if it went well. Just a hunch. He's been trying to solo Black Mage. He's always duoed it, and now he's attempting to solo it. Justino is saying that it stacks up with the Wild Hunter buff. The hell stacks? There's nothing that stacks from the Serum versus. Yeah, I'm like I remember reading. Doesn't it say it doesn't stack? He is determined that they do stack. This is why sometimes I don't question stuff from Justino. I just accept it as is, and I'm like, alright, have fun, my man. Good luck, have fun. He's one of those people that once it's in his head that that's the way it is just is the way it is. And I'm like, alright. I mean, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's created so people don't sell it on the right server. It'd break the purpose. Yeah, well, you know. If 10% attack would stack, that would be insane if it stacked. People would still buy a service from people for sure. Yeah, if that stacked like 100%, hey yo Wild Hunters, my Serum bot, where are you at? People making alt accounts just to get their Serum bots going. Oops. I love how in the last patch, they just randomly decided that without telling anybody, not even putting in the patch notes, we're just going to increase how many people can be on the maps from 2 to 4. If it works, it's bugs because it shouldn't. I mean, we could easily test that. It should be easy enough to just check that stuff and see if it works. And if it does work, well, that's a bug that should be fixed, but who knows if it's even ever been reported. We can test that in like 4 minutes. Or I guess I could, well, no. In like 4 minutes, I can go buy some serums, and then I could pop over to wherever your Wild Hunter is, and we can just literally look at the stats and just see if it does anything. Or if it works. They really shouldn't, but it's pretty easy to test this one. And just see. I'll buy 2 potions for science. We'll do it with you having the Wild Hunter buff on me first, and then I pop a serums and see if that works, and do it vice versa. Oh yeah, does the cash app transfer start tonight, or does it start tomorrow? Oh yeah, I guess I could do it like that, and you only need the 1 potion. 21:45 today? Oh, it does start tonight. Okay. Or... yeah, it does start today then. Okay. Guess I'll be transferring some stuff tonight and doing that off stream, because I need to look at my cosmetics. I also want to set up some stuff for Ren when Ren comes over to the main server. And I have some transmog for her. Reset plus 45 minutes. Yeah, so after stream I'll be transferring a bunch of stuff around, transferring my vac pet and all that. I don't think I'm going to activate my vac pet until I get another level on the Cadena though, because this map, I can farm it perfectly fine with no problem. So I don't really feel the need for the vac pet. Once I level up, the other maps do not look fun to farm on. So I'll probably activate it at that point, but I just want it on the actual correct character. And who knows, maybe we have Unified Cash Shop, and then all this stuff I'm doing is just useless. But better to be safe than sorry. Okay, we got our 1 minute to go test this and find out. Maybe we're all dumb and Justino is correct in this moment. I feel like this is a bug that would have got... well, would the Maplestory community actually report this bug if it was a bug? Would Maplestory people actually report this? Somehow I feel like doubtful. Because this is one of these bugs you keep under the wraps and don't talk about. And just abuse. Also, I'll remember to go to my house during this time period of doing after we do this testing. Before I start my next set of stuff. I'd like to max out my house buff game, and that takes time and effort, and I'm really bad at remembering to do it. Well, I have good streaks, and then I just kind of, whoops, forgot it for 2 days. I don't know. 10 minutes later, it would have been patched. I feel like that you're not wrong about that, but sometimes there are certain bugs that just go under wraps that people don't talk about. I feel like this is one that, like, could get passed and people don't know about. How much meso percent do I? Oh, I lose a shit ton of meso percent when those pop off. Okay. Alright. Let me go to my house. Yes, I would like to go my home. Speak with Amy. What are you up to? Let's go. We're up to... Wow, that's 6 closeness. Let's work on all that. We want to do furniture storage. We want to go this right here. Keep buying more of these, whatever. We want to get more of those. Okay. Now I need to go buy some serums. Or serums. I should probably be getting the XP buff. Or my home buff. Boy. You want to meet at Zachem, Lucas? I'm currently in channel 12. Alright. So with no buffs whatsoever, this is my stats. Alright, now if you buff me, because in theory, you should buff me here, and then I use this potion, and it just gets rid of entirely your buff of Call of the Wild. So I'm at this now. I pop this. Why can't I right-click this? Hello, I would like to remove your Call of the Wild. I retarded? Why can I not right-click this off? I just right-clicked off that. Can I right-click a serums off? Why can't, like, I right-click the other buff off. I right-click this off, no problem. Why can't I right-click this buff off? Hello, can't remove Call of the Wilds. I mean, I can go back in the VOD. To the VOD on YouTube. Okay. So before all buffs, I was 3,090 attack power. With yours, we went 3,293. And then with the serums, I went to 3,342. Isn't the serums more attack somehow? I can't. Oh! It finally let me right click it. It's gone. Yeah, nothing changed. Your buff was doing nothing. Because we're still at the same attack power. Without the buff. Why couldn't I right click it before? What is happening, game? Was there like a pixel I wasn't on? Yeah, so that it did nothing. Because if you try to reapply it, give me the buff again, and this isn't going to change, because this didn't go down with me removing it. So. We have confirmed, yeah, nothing changed in my attack power. So Call of the Wild does nothing. Only the highest stat will be effect will be applied for Call of the Wild. Sharp Eyes, decent Sharp Eyes, Bless, Advanced Blessing, and decent Advanced Blessing. Yeah. Justino doing Justino things. Like I said, I just accept. Yeah, it just ends up being higher attack with the serums because of the blessing. Yep. Oh. Myth busted. Let me get your bishop and see how much advanced blessing is. Is your bishop 260 or what level is your bishop? Am I going back to the Zaka map? Or are you just going to check on your bishop to see what the stats is? Apparently, Justino needs the buff again. Plus 50 attack. And 10% boss damage. I really need to just set up my Phantom. So I don't need to relate him. I can just get my Phantom to do it. He's in channel 18, Zakum again. Actually, can you do me a favor? I'll get my Phantom afterwards and just take the buffs I need for doing what you do. How did you set up your Phantom to do what you do? Like, is it just... You don't have anything special for it? It's just the 3 spells stolen so you can buff him with it? Or... Is it 3 spell? Whatever you steal on the Phantom? Because I'll just set up my Phantom to do the same so I can buff people. It's probably a good idea to just have that for me and Billy. Since I assume you have every class that we would need for the Phantom stealing skills. Hero Pally Cannon Master. Yeah, I'm gonna wait to pop my stuff, and then when you're done buffing them, can I yoink them off of your Hero Pally and Cannon Master? Probably combat orders. Screw the Halloween Adventure Android. You ain't channel 18? Spent like 6-7 hours and I couldn't find all the anomalies. It says he's on his way. I think he went to grab his house buff or something. Oh. He says he needs 3 minutes. Sorry for all this hassle, Lucas. Don't you worry, this should be the last time you have to do this, and then I'll be able to handle it once I set up my Phantom here. Yeah, I gave up on the Halloween event. I didn't even bother doing it. I didn't really care for the transmog, and then when I found out what you had to do for the android, I was like, that's not worth the trouble. And as seen by your 6-7 hours, yeah, I'm very happy I didn't spend that time doing that. I saw people complaining about it. Did only for the first mask and never touched it ever again. I feel like a lot of people did it for that first mask. No, I have the XP reduction. Free. Well, let's pick up the mesos and all that. Lose 50%. Wait, no, we don't lose a meso amount. We just lose drop rate. Is this? How does this work, actually? Item drop rate. Oh, it's just negative 50%, so it's not actually... Oh, interesting. I see. So it's not actually like 50% of your base. Getting all the buff duration on my Phantom. I can set it up. I'm sure I can do it. Because I should have, like, everything. How'd you set it up for it? What do you do for your thing? Because I can just set up a third page for my Legion. When I do it. Where the heck is my Phantom? Step 1 is going to be moving this Phantom up in the list. There's my Phantom. There's my little Phantarino. So I'd have to roll its inner ability, I assume. You get the maximum buff duration. Well, that was 23%. I don't actually know how much is the max for buff duration. How are we not unique yet? Yeah, well, we got 23% buff duration there. I don't think there's anything that increases buff duration in this. See a link skill, Legion, Artifact, i.e. Mechanic. Okay, well, we definitely don't have the artifacts, because I don't have buff duration in my artifacts. No, I lied. I do have buff duration. I'm missing 1 rank for buff duration in my artifact. So, we have that. Inner ability we won't have. We have Mechanic and Sia Link skill. That's done. Legion we don't have set up, but we can make the third page into that, because we don't use this. How do I do the auto assign member thing? Auto place. Last is trait. The heck is Mechanic in here? I clicked Mechanic already, didn't I? Without even looking at it? Oh, I was just clicking through all of these. Wait, no, Mechanic should be 200, isn't it? Or did I get that to 210? Lynn, Lara, Corsair, Sia. Where is... I'm blind. Ah, there's buff. Okay, we'll just do it like this. It's fine. We gotta fill out the frickin' slots. Come on, auto placement thing. Just work with me. Okay, whatever. Yep. Yep, I don't care how this looks. We're doing it like this. It'll get filled out, and shit doesn't matter. Let's flip you, not like that, flip you like this, and then flip you like that, and then do like that. There we go. Ride or die, you fit down here, yep. Xenon, go like this. Corsair, you're gonna be annoying, aren't you? Yeah, it doesn't really matter how I mess it up like this. Flip you like this, and then the last one, where the heck are you? Down, scroll too far. Baha, mechanic. Boom. Third page completed. We have buff duration maxed out on it. That's all we need. So that's 40% there. Okay, so other things I'm missing. You did inner ability, Legion done. Mechanic, yeah. Artifact, yep. See a link skill. There's buff duration. So how much? Wow, okay, we need to redo these. Key bindings. Equip. Where is character? Character info. Okay, so we're currently at 121% for buff duration. So I have 60% from Legion, 23% from her ability, 18% from that. Skills is 20%. Now we have this 10% that's not being added to that. I have Spirit Blade. The only one I have is Spirit Blade right now, so I'm missing the other ones. So I'm missing the trait, because we have not done... Profession-wise, yeah. So we're missing the... Which one? Buff duration here from Empathy. If I buff myself with this here... The hell did I just hear? Man, somebody just squeaked their tires on the highway. Holy shit. Yeah. Aaron is one you can buff to people with too. Do I need 5th job unlocked on this character? Or is 4th job unlocked enough? Because I never did the 5th job. Is there anything I need in this to steal somehow? I don't even know what you can steal with this. Okay. Oh, I can get this. Zach 15, alright. You know what, this we'll get the Zach and why not? The most convoluted way to get there, but at least I know how to do it. There's a paladin, and we're stealing what from you? Combat orders? How do I remove this? That's not what I want to do. Arrow blaster, I guess I can delete. Okay. I also don't need these. Okay. Paladin. Combat orders. Yes. Okay. There's that, and that should have it in the buff. Just combat order, spirit blades. This doesn't need to be in there anymore. Wait, so we got combat orders. But why can't I steal? Ah, I see. The skill reset problem. Oh, so you need to swap this when you're buffing. So you do one with Spirit Blade, and then you swap it with the and then you swap Monkey Magic into Spirit Blade, and then rebuff again. Oh, today I learned. I thought these had to be. Wait, so I could have done this? You can just put them in the higher order if you want to, so I could just do this? Oh my fucking god. Well, didn't know that worked like that for Phantom. So you could take the lower ones and put them in the higher order one if need be. Huh. Well, that's cool. You can also take Time Leap on Phantom. That's the one that resets all the cooldowns, right? From Buck. That's like one of the crazy things that Bucks has, right? Which is really cool. Okay, so now if I go on my Phantom and I press this buff thing. We have Time Leap. Alright, so we buff with everything, and it lasts 6 minutes, 7 minutes, and 7 minutes. What's the maximum buff duration you can get from the inner ability? Is it 50%? Yeah, let's try to roll this and see. We have a bit of honor. Maybe we hit good. So things that I would be missing. How much is it from the trait? 10%? Oh, we're legendary. Okay. Max is 10. Okay, so I'd be missing that 10%. And we'll see if we get anything here. Can we get anything? Nope, we got a mess up obtain 20 line. Wow. So the best I have right now is 23% from this. So it's not perfect, but at least it would be decent enough for buffing. If you're not around, at least I can actually like buff people with this now. And eventually we work on fixing this and getting into max. Alright, well, that's the thing done. So it'd be Aaron and Phantom that I pop onto to use. Alright, well, back to farming. Okay, what? Let's go back to Western Outskirts. Oops. Pop this, pop that, pop all these buffs. I cannot wait for this to be one button in a week. Keep saying a couple weeks, but we're actually almost at exactly a week left. We're nearing the due date. Did I forget any buffs? That's technically the guild buffs here. Interesting that the guild buffs don't leave when you log out, and they stay around. That's an interesting one. I didn't expect that to be a part of the list of guild buffs, or the buffs that stay around when you log out. I feel like all your buffs should just stay around when you log out, but, you know. Why would it work like that? If you get DC'd, you know, you don't lose your XP buffs, would be nice. Others linger on. Yeah, you don't lose all of them, but you lose some of them, and it's just like... You would think all buffs just get put into the same category. If you log out, you don't lose any of them. It's weird to me that there's that, like... It just doesn't work like that, you know? I don't know how else to put it. Why did I jump? Well, whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's still gonna hit the same stuff. If anything, it's probably hitting more. Dun, 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 so if I'm buffing somebody, the only thing is I need to be worried about buffing after the patch is going to be Phantom and Aaron? Or are any of those being removed from the buffs you need with the new potion? Don't know? Okay. I guess it'll be a lot easier to figure out once we have the actual, like, potion in our inventory, just looking at it and being like, ah, these are the buffs it replaces. What buffs did we do before? That isn't mentioned in this list. Thus, outside buffing exists. It lasts 8 minutes, so I'd imagine everything that's 8 minutes currently is getting replaced. So maybe Phantom's completely negated by the new potion? Let me go just look for this thing. On to this. Collector's Elixir. Skills that cannot be stacked. Blessing of Maha. Okay, so Encourage, Spirit Blade, Mediation. Huh. So, about that. Methinks that every single buff we just went... It's 20 million mesos. And there's the rest of the stuff in it. $20 million mesos is pretty expensive for that potion. Why did they make it so expensive? Like, just make it 2 mil like the rest of them. Like, 20 million is not that much, you know? Like, oh no, it's a bit of farming, but like, it's weird. Everything else is 2 million. Why'd you make this one randomly be 20 million? Seems odd to me, but whatever. Don't really matter that much. I probably wouldn't buy it for everything. You know, how we just pop serums like candy for the bossing, I feel like, and like I don't really care about it because it's like whatever. Probably won't do the same for that, but I use it for stuff like Black Mage and like the hard bosses. The cost if it was 30 minutes? Yeah, I mean, 20 million for that seems a bit expensive. Hopefully ours is just 2 million for whatever reason. Following in line. Because at 2 million meso, like for sure I'll just, it's another like extra. I'll just pop it like I do currently. But at 20 million, I'll be a little selective, you know. The harder bosses. Saren and up, I would imagine, is what I'd spend on for that. Below that, unless I'm doing a struggle run, then yeah, I'll buy it. But with no struggle run, I'm not going to buy that for the farm. bashed my finger earlier today. Holy moly. I didn't break it or anything, but it just is a little, you know, a little bump there. It's not happy with me, to say the least. Only Kalos up for me on that one. Doesn't make sense on BM or Saren. I mean, yeah, I guess no. No, we rarely get any use out of it on BM. Because we're getting our Origin back, so we'd have like 2 minutes of it in P3, which is what matters. So it doesn't really even make any sense to use it on BM. And then, like, unless you need it for Phase 1 to be able to burst through Phase 1 somehow. But that's a very niche case. Saren I have no idea about. I have not fought Saren yet. At all. So I don't know how that boss really works. Kalos you burst through Phase 1 pretty quickly, so it would be useful at least for the rest. At least for me. Well, we haven't done it since, so we'd probably burst even harder now in Phase 1. But at least it feels like it's useful there. Yeah, this potion's probably going to be a lot more niche than Serum's. But if it was 2 million Mesos, would you guys buy it on every boss like you do Serum's? If it was 2 million Mesos? Or how'd you guys feel about that idea? I doubt they would ever do 30 minutes. Considering the real buffs are all, like, the best you can get is 8 minutes on them. For a lot of those buffs. So I don't think they would ever do the 30-minute thing. I only take serums on bosses that take 20 minutes plus. Otherwise, I don't even think about it. I use the serums on most of my C10 bosses. Just because most of the time it's blasting through 2 bosses. Hello, Raz. What's up? What news you come forth with? Or are you just coming to check out the stream? Seeing you've been on and off of Rebirth. You been tinkering anything? They updated the game today, dude. They updated Rebirth today. That's not something I expected to hear, isn't it? That game's pretty old at this point, so what the heck? Game was running like shit because it broke your console and engine ini files you were using. Oh boy. The one problem of modifying games, when an update happens, chaos. Then they fixed the ini file. You've had a fun day already. Nice. Then got pissed at Black Bars and got a widescreen mod. Am I forgetting any? Mouse. Hello, thank you. Alright, I need to turn in my dailies. Well, clear the grasslands today. Nice. Alright, Lucas. I got a question for you. With your house buff, would you use the boss or attack power buff from the house? Or would you use the boss damage buff? You got to the chapter 2 boss and it was a pretty active fight, to be honest. Now I'm in the dungeon type for chapter 3. Interesting. Boss always? Yeah, okay. To put in perspective, this is another Justino special. He uses the attack power from that. Like I said, nice guy. Really like him. Just, he's got some weird mentalities about this game that I don't fully understand, but it is what it is. How progressed are you in the like sideboards and all that for your skills? Do you have a lot of cool combos now, Raz? Or is it still like being fleshed out per se and you're kind of like stuck? Boss is multiplicative, all attack is flat. I mean, like I said, I've always known boss is better. If I have the choice between attack and boss, you're always picking boss. But the synergy skills or the board thing, both of them, like, are they still pretty railroaded, or have they finally, like, you're branching out and getting a bunch of different combo stuff? Well, there's like a breakpoint, right? Obviously. For the house buff, you're saying is always better, but for like the normal situations for attack versus boss, you need like what? Is it above? What? How much boss damage do you need before it's like okay, maybe attack would be better at that point? Really deep for synergies because they'll have added effects. Ooh, okay. I'll probably come down later today and just see what you're up to and check it out then. Attack if it's multiplicative is always better than boss. I see. Because obviously you don't get that many sources. Its attack flat boss is better, percent is better. All things I don't really know because my hexastat is one of them. We don't talk about my hexastat, okay? 3 to 5% attack is about 25 boss damage. Ah. Oh, so when I go, so like familiars is an obvious example of that then. So like this boss right here, or this attack familiar. Yeah, so this one's like, that's why this is considered good. And then if I had not these boss familiars, if I had a lower boss familiar, it technically would be better than them. Maybe with the 20% IAD on it, it is better than them. When it comes to pure damage output. If I have to drop one to add in a healing familiar. But most of the time I'm dropping 2 healing fams. Or dropping 2 fams for healing fams when I use them right now. For Vihela and such. Just to make that like be a chill, relaxing fight. Just face tank the world with 2 healing familiars. Okay. Yeah, reset still hasn't happened. 8 minutes passing so slowly right now. I don't know why. A little bit of flickering there because of, you know, I pressed the wrong button and that opens up that menu and it don't look so good when you do that, okay? This guy leveled up yet? Yes. Fusion, rank up. Yay, oh, we ranked up, alright. I was really hoping in the familiar remake that they were doing, and like changes, that leveling up would be gone. But if anything, they made leveling up even more important now for familiars. You're probably going to want to level up your unique familiars to max level to get them their extra defense and strength and all that. Though it won't matter until December, because that's when the rest of the familiar update comes out, but apparently the stats on them are going to matter. I mean, technically right now the stats do matter. Just the defense stat matters. Because the higher your defense of your familiars, the longer they last. So kind of sort of the matter right now. I don't even think my... I don't think my boss familiars have leveled up to 5, have they? 1, 1, 1. Yep. They haven't been touched. So technically I should go level them up to make them last longer for bossing. But, unless I'm progging something, I haven't really run into familiar issues. After the update, though, it's potentially going to need attack. Well, you're definitely going to need attack. In combination to defense, I'm assuming, for that new system, where you send out your familiars to go get you pitched boss drops and such. Well, potential pitched boss drops. Most likely you won't see it too often, if ever. But who knows? Hey, reset happened. 300 mobs have been murdered. Maple gift. It's an honor medal. We're huge. That's not what I want to do. I want to go to this. Alright. The final week of these little guys. And there's nothing else to do for check-ins. Oh no, we have the 50k mobs also. That's the other last thing. So 6 more tickets of Luxana, another 1000 XP vouchers, and another Soul Urda can be claimed from 50k from this week. And that is the end of the event, pretty much. Am I missing anything here? I don't think I've forgotten anything, right? No, because this has been done for like over a week now. Because this had a lot of extra days it felt like to do it. So that winter countdown is completed. Oh, auto harvest. That's what I didn't do. Start my auto harvest, get that going. All that good stuff. And yeah, there's no check-ins to do over here, so that means there's no other upgrades to do this week. We are completely done. Powerful monsters with the Soul Urda have appeared. And now it is gone. We have 100. Oh shit. You know, I just realized how many Soul Urda I've got right there. Yeah, we need to make some Hex Boosters. Stat. Hex Boosters. 4. Convert. Ooh, we almost capped out on a Soul Urda without even paying attention to it. That would have been awkward. No reason to do that. May as well make some Soul Urda boosters. Next rune spawn here will be... Okay, well, when we reset all our buffs is when we're going to use the next... We're going to use some Hex Boosters, because kind of don't need to. Or, not the kind of don't need to, it's kind of not going to work out with the rune cooldown and stuff, considering I popped the rune before I popped all my other cooldowns last time. Dude, I've been well trained by this octopus. I saw that feed thing pop up, didn't even blink, didn't even, like, think about it. I held that interact key instantly. Now, hopefully we can get 50 fragments from this. The one good news about... Or not good news, but the one thing that's going to be really nice about the new 3000 mobs is you're only going to have to do that 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks in like a high mountain or something like that. On an alt, or a 3rd week. If you don't want to do like anything extra for the alt. But you'll have all through M1 and M4 unlocked in just 3 weeks. Or you go farm 20 fragments on that character, and then you only need 2 weeks, and however long it takes you to get those 20 fragments through other means. It's gonna be real nice for doing that. Because I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna stop doing the 3,000 mobs on this character. Because this character will probably get the 580 things before the release of the December patch. We'll start doing it to get the 580 for the Ascent skill on my Kinesis. And then after Kinesis is done, we're going to do it on my AB. Finish unlocking its M1 through M4 and then work on its Ascent skill. And then after that, it's free-for-all. We'll see what I'm working on after that. While that's all happening, we're going to be doing the Challenger World stuff, so that's also going to be a thing. Drop this, drop that. We're farming as per usual. Yay. Stop giving me occult cubes. I don't need more. There's literally a stack of 10,000 of them. Almost. Like, I don't need more occults. Oh my god. So annoying to potion. Use those potions and do that to fix it up. Okay. Good there. Grab that. Do this. Rebuff with these skills. The standard rebuff period. And we need to wait for the rune, which is right here. And with that, now we activate this. Hexa booster is a go. I also haven't done Angry Company yet. I still got quite a few things to do today that I want to do. Unfortunate. Well, I say unfortunate, but we'll get most of it done. The bossing is like the least of the priority on the two characters. do all the other stuff first and see what I want to do after that. Hey, game tweaking like this when it gets away from me. Yeah, because you were like having a good time initially, and you had everything set up and it was fine, and then the patch just comes out of nowhere and screws all your stuff. Now you're just like hyper Tifa's hair while uninstalling and installing stuff. Yeah. Yeah, when it goes a step too far, it gets bad real quick. Let's go. Another booster to go. I never paid attention. Do these extra mobs count as like a kill count for the mob counters? I never really paid attention to that or thought about that. VIP boosters and Hexa boosters are not something I've used too often in my life with this game. I feel like it's not necessarily a newish thing, but definitely something I'd never really experienced before. Because I didn't really hand these out that often. It doesn't really matter if they count as mobs or not. And it'd be hard to tell because you're murdering the entire map when you're doing a booster. All I know is that my fountain struggles to keep up. Yo, Octopus, we are level at 9 attempts right now, and we're still level 2. You could give me a little hope at the start. Ooh, yeah, I was a bit off with this last VIP booster. Could have done that better. Whatever. Guess I don't really need to be, like, doing anything crazy with them. I could just use the two, be chill with them. Wait for the next 15 minutes, do it again. Not like I'm making that many Hexa boosters. That's actually a problem. You actually got something to enable the scaling on the FOV? What's the default FOV? They always make games too zoomed in. I feel like that's like a console thing for some reason. They like lock at the FOV on consoles. Whereas like PC gamers never have that issue. Like they're always unlocked on PC games usually. Less so nowadays because there's so many console games that are just directly ported over, and it's like, aha, I'm a PC game, but in reality, I'm just a console game reskinned. It's the field of view, yeah. So the higher it is, the more you can, like, see around you. It, like, zooms it out and just gives you a better field of view. Which, God, my description sucked ass, but yes. Let's pretend that my description wasn't literally me saying field of view and acting like that answered the question. Put it to 1.15. Yeah, I don't know if that's like, you know, what it's starting as a baseline, what their baseline is, because if it's multiplying it, well. At least I'm getting more used to the daylight saving time. Man, okay, I say that, but then my mind completely blanks, and I'm just like, derp, derpity derp derp, derpity derp derp derp. Do you use the frame gen to have everything high in 120 FPS? More at like 80 lows at the moment. That's a pretty big gap. But isn't a 40 series card still pretty expensive right now? I don't actually know. The price of graphics cards are all over the place, it feels like. Total waste of money for fake frames too, yeah. Wouldn't really go out of my way to spend on that. Will I have made enough mesos to level my symbol? Oh, I did. Well, why not? Boom, 700 mil disappeared into thin air. How many does this need? Okay. We're not even gonna be, like, oh my god, that's so many symbols still. It makes me, it hurts. Which is frame gen on any card. Lots of people use it in a Lost Ark. Is that something you like in the game options that they're using, or is that through NVIDIA GeForce panel and stuff like that to set that up? I'm just curious if I've been using it without even knowing. Yeah, depending on the input lag from that, I'd probably just get tilted. I think that's the thing that has tilted me the most, is just input delay in a game. Very unfun. Alright, little octopus, you're finally back to level 3, you know, where the bar is real low. Can you level up once? Apparently in 14 tries? No. NVIDIA has it on supported games baked in if it's a 40 plus series. And you can make it better using their app, because you can force the latest AI modules with the app. But if you use the lossless scaling thing, you can do it with their software. I see. Holy shit, Octopus, please. We haven't been to level 4 once. It's not that hard. Depends how many fake frames you're trying to squeeze out, right? Yeah, obviously. I don't know what the default amount of fake frames that they're trying... Well, I guess it depends really on how many fake frames it needs to generate based on what you're trying to get to and all that, so... Yeah. Depends how many frames you can actually make. So for you, getting to 120 FPS would be 40 out of the 120 would be fake frames. Yeah, so it really depends on how many you're trying to make, and that'll induce how much input delay you actually get. My man, you can't even get to the... Okay, I give up. We just stop paying attention to you for a bit. Surely at one point you'll just go. We'll get some hope in you eventually. You're a tweaker, so it's not fun to have a line be disabled on screen setting screens for you. Yeah, but unless you want to fork over a bunch of money for a graphics card. Unless they I mean, the tech's just not there for the 30 series, so it's not like they're going to reverse do it at one point. So, no tweaking for you on that specific setting. Yeah, and in 2 years, who knows where the market's going to be with all this tech and such. A lot of things can change in 2 years. Yeah, Nvidia's not doing very well with all their stuff right now. Holy shit, a great success. Okay, we're at level 5. Alright, little guy. You're showing me up. I talk shit about you, and now you're showing me up. Yeah, I wonder if they're making more money with the new direction, like with their stuff that they're doing. I doubt it, because I feel like it's mostly video game players that care about graphics cards, and like, I don't know. Might be wrong about that though. But definitely feels like they haven't taken the right steps. I feel like I've seen this specific scenario work out in many other previous businesses. There's this newfangled idea and people are like, ah, it's not that good, I won't do it. And then it turns out, no, it was a pretty good idea. You should have been doing it from the start, and now you're so far behind that you're just getting El Shaft. Justino, you are a psychopath with that monocle, I swear. Oh. Well, we were up to 5 for a bit, and now we're back down to 3 on the octopus. Surely this last week just pays off and gives me a nice little 50. Gets me my M3. Or it might be M2. Not sure which one it's supposed to be. 9-day not having sidebars. I hate sidebars in games. If I can avoid that, I definitely would avoid that. Those look terrible. Well, I still have 30 minutes after this, don't I? Oh my lord, I do. Okay. So we do the Punch King after this. We'll do the Punch King after this next 30 minutes. So we're going to be finishing at like 8 for this. Then after we do Punch King, we're going to do our, whatchamacallit, Angry Company. And after Angry Company, we got the rest of the dailies to do before tomorrow. So finish those up. That's pretty simple. Monster Park's going to be the longest thing, which is like 20 minutes. Then after all that's said and done, we're going to probably hop onto the other characters and just do some bossing. We'll do some Corsair stuff and see how that goes. Might not, probably won't do Lomian. Probably just do CRA stuff. Just the easy things. Get that done. Some extra mesos. We'll see how it goes. I think that's the plan going forward for the rest of the night. Oh, I also have to finish the dailies on this character because we've only done this zone. Billy was supposed to join us at some point, but there's a storm going on over there and power's flickering constantly, so he has decided to hunker down and just not turn on the PC. Based on the fact that he didn't say anything about that hurricane that was supposed to hit them, I guess things weren't too bad this time. Which, I'm very happy that it wasn't too bad, because I'd rather not hear like, oh yeah, shit got fucked because of the hurricane. Natural disasters are not exactly something you're ever happy to hear about in any case. Cannot wait to get my Genesis weapon. Well, we're still far ways off, sadly. Because even with Black Mage this month, we're gonna be 2 steps away. Black Mage finishes off the Will Step, and then after the Will Step, we'd still be missing Lucid entirely, so that's multiple weeks of that. It's like a month away still. Oh, I forgot to tell Billy about the Ascent thing. Well, whatever, I'll tell him when he starts farming tomorrow. He's finally gonna have his back pet, so he plans on actually doing WAPs again. Well, that reminds me, I should open up Arknights. I haven't opened that yet today. Gotta go do my daily, or not my dailies, but just the quests and stuff. Farm some stuff as always. Always amazes me how many meso bags drop between, like, in a 1-minute period. The amount of loot on the ground every minute when you're going around here is insane. Okay, let's put Arknights like here. I can still see chat and see all the good stuff and still be doing things here. Pop this, and... Hey, all is well there. Need to look, what am I trying to work on right now for units? I guess this is a safe enough bet to just do this. Use my energy on this and not really worry about it for now. And fix that up later. Alright. A little bit over 2 minutes until we have the last 30 minutes to do. This 2-hour WAP was broken up by a lot of random stuff. I guess we also have the 50k mobs. How far am I into that already? It's wrong. This. Oh, we've only done 11k? Okay. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, because we did like half of it. We did the most of the hour and a half before the reset, so. Let me check something on these. So do these time out? Okay, I would have to check the last set to see. Because obviously these are going to time out on the reset day, no matter what. I was kind of curious if you could have stockpiled up the octopus. Don't know why you would ever do that, but who knows? Guess I could just rebuff with these. And now to do the rest of the rebuffing. Ah, the good old WAP. Can't actually use it till they time out. Or you have to right-click one off. Both super annoying to do. I wonder if they're gonna fix that, or how that's gonna work when we have the one buff thing. It'll just reuse everything and not have any issues. It's probably gonna still have the same issues, isn't it? Only level 3. How? Level up, little guy. You can do it. Get to level 3. Jeez, I can't even get him to get to level 3. Ooh, okay. Seems like this is gonna be how the Octopus week goes. It's just gonna go bad, is what I'm seeing. We are struggling to make it past level 2 of all things. The final week for these little guys, and God, am I happy you're gonna be gone. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to easy farm in this game. I don't know what it is. I'm just too jumpy. Literally could just sit there and press one button. Nah, I gotta jump around and like... be doing stuff the whole time. As I lose my mind a bit there, because I'm trying to press Y to activate the rune. Because the hold Y interaction's up. For the octopus. You can't activate the rune. Was I confused? Yes. Did I realize what's happening after a bit? Yes. Give me that frag. I also didn't look how much solar there is. The solar is going to be a problem for the ascent skills, isn't it, for me? Do I still have that page open on that? It wouldn't be this one, it would be this. Whoops, that is not the Maplestory Reddit. That is actual Reddit. Never used that one. I don't think I've ever actually went to look at the front page of Reddit itself. I always use like a gaming one or something like. Ascent skill deep dive. Okay, so it's 15 solar for that, so that's gonna be quite the bit. All those characters would need 20 solar. Is there any way for me to help that in some way? Like the Cadena is gonna have that easily. So that's not really a problem for the Cadena side of things. But then for the other characters, that's gonna be a problem. It takes 10? Jesus. It's pretty impressive how much I managed to optimize the graphics by changing settings at the moment. I have better smooth and 90 FPS, everything maxed. That's a very far cry from what you started off with. Well done, well done. Whoops. We're gonna have gained another 5% XP today, I think. Something around that, right? If I go look at this real quick. We've logged out a few times though. Swapping around and stuff, so we... Again, the XP is disjointed over the day. We're up to 20% pretty much. By the time this is all done, we'll be a bit over 20%, I want to say. So, more gains being made. Okay, so it's going to be 15 sorta for the first half, and then another 10 on top of that. Jesus. Well, day one I'll be able to have it maxed out to 9 at least. On all 3 of my characters, I think, or at least guaranteed 2. Third one, questionable. I guess I could save some of it. I don't know how long those last. For the ones that you can get from the high mountains and a lot. Like, I don't actually know how long those ones last. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Most likely gotta farm some more and just get some more to get the 10 afterwards. I think there's a single way I can, like, do everything. Got a bit fancy and tried using this image scaler thing from NVIDIA app and it broke the graphics. Well, at least that's easy to just revert, right? And then you fix everything. Flew too close to the sun. Got a little burnt. So close to level 5. Holy moly. Come on, little guy. But usually there's like setting FPS caps or doing anything is better with the app at a driver level these days. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how like most of the good graphics stuff and like most of the stuff you're doing for graphics nowadays isn't even related to like you're doing it through third-party programs to actually do that stuff instead of just like using the inbuilt graphics and such. It's definitely not user-friendly in any shape or form. Alright, little guy, go back up to level 5. I didn't even realize you were at level 5. I believe in you. And rip. Back to factory we go. Never mind. I'm sorry I said anything, little octopus. My faith in you was misplaced entirely. It is very annoying. Because, like, 90% of people just buy their PCs, get the game that they want to buy. Like, they buy a new PC, they get the games, they don't even think about anything, they just install it, play it, and then it runs like shit. And it's like, dude, I bought a whole new PC for this. Why does it run like shit? It's, like, very understandable why it's so annoying. Yeah, but your average Joe is just gonna, like I said, buy PC, buy game, expect it to just work out of the box. Which is not a wrong assumption by any means. Especially if you buy like the latest tech and stuff, you just expect that shit to work. But sadly, with 99% of games nowadays, that's not true at all. It should be like that. It was like that for a long time. It's no longer like that at all. Most games can barely run even after doing all the BS that you go through, which is the sad part. Yeah, but for a lot of people, like, especially if you buy like a 4080 card or like some maxed out graphics card, right? Maxed out system there, you spent like 8 grand on it. It's the craziest thing. And they're not actually tech savvy. They just buy that, right? They're not gonna know. They're not gonna want to slam their graphics to low. I find it funny though that a lot of those games that are built for consoles struggle to run on the console itself. Like, you're building it for this console and it still struggles for the console, and it's like, how even? What do you mean it struggles? Like, eh? Oh, for the love of God. Oh, we haven't seen this guy in a bit. Skill Locker Central. Always love when you pop up, and by that I mean I absolutely despise it. Screw you, Skill Locker. You're the worst thing ever invented. Oh, this whole pile of loot here that never gets looted, and I always gotta jump back up because the pets teleport down to me for some reason in that spot, specifically every time. The oddities of the pet system sometimes. What the leash range is of these pets? I don't know, because it doesn't make any sense sometimes. Give me the loots. How many messos am I back up to? We're almost back up to a bill after spending 700 million earlier to just upgrade the symbol. You give me extra damage? No, because we've been over by 50 for a long time, so it didn't even do anything. I don't think that's Sacred Force has done really much. How much does it give per level up? 2.3k on this one. I guess it would be easier like this. So it's 200 per level. Yeah. Yeah, because it would be 2100 at 9, and then yeah, okay. Finishing off at 2.5k in total. Just a bit of stat. Though that stat isn't multiplied by the rest of our percentages, which, if it was, we'd get some pretty ridiculous stats in this game. Because what, I have how much dex right now? I'm at 40,000 luck, or 41,000 luck. Yeah, that would be a little bit higher if it was getting multiplied. You know, 800 Just looking at those numbers down there, you know, like over 20k of my stat is not being multiplied. At 46, and we're at level 2. Still a lot of attempts to go, you know, 44 attempts, but definitely not going well for this Solar Urda today. Won't even be able to finish it off today. Well, I mean, technically it could be finished off today in this next 11 minutes. Theoretically possible. Likelihood of that happening, 0% chance. So infinitely small that may as well not quantify it. But hopefully it ends up good. I would like a bit more fragments from him. Okay, well he stepped one step in the right direction. Now let's just step 4 more times in the right direction. Doesn't sound like much now, does it? 4 little steps. Reality is that's some really hard steps to take. Man, they really killed Mega Chats. With the no free Megas anymore. You know, I talked good about this little octopus, and then he came and slapped me back in the face real quick. Was that you said 1 step right direction? Ah, my bad, my bad. Let me take a couple steps back here. It's the 1 step forward, 6 step back method. Okay. Sword the monster down, didn't get to do anything to me. Fire logged out. I was curious if you went and got another Commercy thing. I still can't believe he keeps tapping his monocle. Off event, and then doesn't have a spare for it. So when it booms, he just has nothing equipped there. Little bit of psycho energy right there. What's my combo at? Almost 9,000 again, okay. It's actually so hard for me to hit max combo. Class doesn't really make much combo. We're definitely a hit once, hit really hard, kill mob in large packs type of class. Okay, so Punch King after this, and Angler Company. Or actually, we'll start off with finishing off the dailies. And the two bosses. Then we'll do Punch King and all that. Should be simple enough. I wonder how much score I'm going to get on that Punch King. Last time I did it, I was not getting near cap. I don't think I'll cap out either in this one, but we'll see how close I can get to. Oh yeah, there's the monster strawberry, or not monster, but strawberry park things to do. We'll put those off to another date. I am running out of time for those, so I definitely gotta get on them. But, again, that shouldn't be too long. Yeah, because I think we're still on... Yeah, they're still on the Shadower. This 208, and that was the last one we were working on. We just didn't do anything since. Changing the in-game FPS limiter to anything but 120 makes me lose my 90 FPS lock. Uncapped, it makes my FPS struggle at 80. That's interesting. Capping it to 90 does the same thing. Weird. Putting it at 120 but locking with an NVIDIA lets you hold 92. Solid. Things I'll never really understand about PCs. Weird stuff like that. But it's like you wouldn't think that should have like that shouldn't affect each other, but apparently it will. Too many factors out here to play with. Unreal Engine tweaks, etc. Yeah. It's like, you wouldn't think these things have anything to do, but something's going on, and there's definitely something fucky. Alright, do I care about this last minute of farming? Not really. I gotta go to the bathroom, so. Let me loot up the stuff here. Actually, let's get this 1,000, or not 1,000, but 100. 200 kills. Let's finish off these 200 kills first. Just to get the neat 10k on the second level done. Six mobs to go. Well, I guess this last minute didn't matter too much because I ended up doing it either way. Alright, and let's loot up the mesos. Before we lose the extra bonus mesos. Up we go. Grab these meso bags. Grab these cards and mesos. And we are done on this map. Alright, back to town we go. I'm going to be right back though. I'm going to go to the bathroom. So I will see you guys in a few minutes. BRB. Alright, I've returned. I feel refreshed after that, so let's go finish off these dailies. Got the Burning Library to go do 100 mobs on. All that jazz. Get this out of the way here. Interesting lag spike there from killing these mobs. Okay, it's 100 mobs. Let's see, anything drop that we want? There's a card over here, may as well grab that. To the train. I don't know if reporting something like that ever does any difference, but you know. If I see it, I'll report it. Oh, shit. I'm looking at the wrong counter for the mobs here. Looking at my octopus counter and I was like, man, I need 300 mobs on this map? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, no, it's not right. You serious, game? Enjoy. Okay, I give up. Can't inspect the person. Just want to see his gear and stuff. But the game is like, nah. Not allowed to do that. I'm gonna manually feed you instead of holding the Y button. I believe. Worked out. Leveled up. I like it. And to the next map, which is the final map for these dailies. Oh yeah, what time? I'm trying to think now. I should not have used this origin skill. I'm about to go do content where I actually want the origin for. That was dumb. Let's be real, I would have forgotten about thinking about that, and I would have used it when I wanted to do Golix though, so. While mistakes were made, it was going to be made no matter what, thinking about it. Now, there's a lot of cards dropping, Jesus. Alright, let's turn these off. Did this for the last time today, I would say. Okay, he's finishing off pretty strong. I like it, I like it. Let's see, is there anything good here? Some cards as per usual. Anything down here that I can see? Nope. Alright, back to town we go. Turn this in. Turn these back on, because I kind of forgot I do need them for these two bosses.
Still blind to the difference between courage and carelessness, aren't you? I suppose I should thank you for barging in here. If you hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life's work, I would feel a slight pang of guilt at making you suffer.
No Dominator. Yeah, we get something special from Golix, though. Okay. Yeah, I like not dealing with mechanics on this boss, I'm gonna be real. Pop! And nothing. Alright, time to swap the familiars. Did you level up? You did level up, okay. Oh, I guess I should this to save it like that. There we go. Now save that. Let's go loot the rest of this stuff here. Out we go. Okay, now we full swap to full boss. That. What am I doing there? That's the wrong thing. We want this. Swap to this. We have 34 points here. Does that do anything? Let's level up? No, that's 65 points. We need to level that up, so that would be the same for that. All these other things would take more points, so yep, that's done there. Swap to this. 90 mil. Oh yeah, without familiars, that's what I'm supposed to be at now. Hey. That over there like this. Origin's got a bit over a minute to wait, so we'll wait for that. What can I do here? Oh, I guess I gotta go look. Maple Story news. Is there any news or anything? Nah, there's no news or anything right now. Yep. 14 seconds. Alright, we can go into this. Hello, yes, I would like to... Yep. Yeah, okay. In we go. Yeah, so that should have all my buffs. Now I should be able to buff up with my stuff. Yeah, those are all popped. Those are all popped. We want this. We have the ring. Seems about right. Let's go.
3, 2, 1, start!
Okay. $819 score. Yeah, I don't... Could probably get a bit better than that, but... I am fine with that, so that's going to give me 7% XP. Pretty good. There we go. That is my Punch King ticket. Now we go do Angler Company. Oh, my familiars got unsummoned. Let's see, we're at 300 points. So let's get a bit higher than that. $600. Yeah, 600 should be good enough. Whoops, I'm on the wrong side. So used to the later stage one, I just instinctively went to the left instead of the right. Gotta love Angler Company. Oh my god. Almost failed that stage, like a boss. Yay, stage 1 clear. Stage 2, do we get something good here? Ah, what the heck is this? Okay, it is that simple. I was like, is there gonna be any curveballs here or anything? Nope, it's just straight up, I'm gonna shoot one line and we're done. Boom, we are done now, it's okay. Like I said, thought there would be a curveball, but there was apparently not. Wow, every big robot was just piled over here. Gotcha. Okay, and that is the 500 we need. Ah, shit. I found out something interesting. That you could, like, rope lift to skip some of the stuff here. I don't think it really matters too much, but okay. Ooh, that does not bode well for me. Learned that this morning. There's like a whole 30 seconds. Not a huge... Well, I mean... Okay. My dumbass walking off the edge is not a time save or any sort, but... It's a nice little tip and trick that you can use. Even if you forget it, it's not the end of the world. It's not like we're speed running this stuff. Let's go. Goodbye, robot. Hmm. It's a good time save, but like, if you fuck it up, you know it's not the end of the world. Tabbed the wrong shield. Not ideal, to say the least. Alright, let's end this problem, because we have our cooldown, and let's delete this. Oh, okay. Next floor, let's go, woo! Honestly, failing that's probably better than doing the minigame. All things considered for me. That minigame takes forever. It doesn't really reward you worth the effort. Not for characters like this, anyways. Your character's weaker, for sure makes a big difference. Alright, let's get 600 to this, and that should be a good enough baseline to just get me far enough into it to figure out what's gonna happen. Which robot do we have? Darkness robot. Pretty sure this is usually pretty fine. Darkness robot, I think, is the easier of them. The super speed one's the one I hate the most. Every time I get the super speed one, it's over. I always have to skip his last stage. I can never do it because, for whatever reason. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, we need more. We are not making that one. That's gonna need a bit more power than what we got. Okay, with 500-ish. Yeah, 500 should be more than enough. Worst comes to worst, we just get the rest and skip this if it's gonna be super annoying. Easy. It was about 300. Or 400 actually, because we had 520. Yeah. Or whatever. Brain no worky. Okay, so we got over here, okay, and it goes all the way over here. We're going down straight for a long time, and we gotta get to this one over here. So if I just shoot one laser beam over here, we'll be good. It lets me. Yes. And that should be connected, and we're good, and we press that, and it's dead. Easy peasy. And to the next one we go, which is the robot stage. Let's get our good old 500, and this time we will attempt to do it and remember about the trick. It's pretty much press rope lift, press up. Simple. And we need 70 more. 60, 30, 500. All right. Huh. Actually, I guess it's up. Ah, that's how you do it. Okay. My bad. It's not rope lift first. It is up first. And then you just press rope lift after pressing up to enter the portal. And you pretty much skip the entire first floor. So, pretty nice. That's dead, and ah shit, I'm gonna get hit by this thing. Nope, I got it past. Nice. Alright, this time we are gonna just kill you without anything, because I'm pretty sure. Okay. That's this floor done. Into the next room we go. And it's time to obliterate a boss. Huh. That's the first MVP I've seen in so many days. For somebody calling out that they're doing an MVP. And bye-bye, boss. He no longer lives the full origin, even. When I used to actually spend like 5 minutes fighting this boss back in the day to now, it feels nice to see the progression of the character. I'll be real. Though this one's a bit unfair considering we have a bunch of buffs because we just did a Punch King, but you know. Oh, these last till 12-5. Oh, so I can hold on to this stuff for a while. I could stack up some of these for the Ascent. Because, like, these last over a month of time. So getting that at 10 afterwards, after needing 15. So if I get to 20, I'd have to save up 5 of these guys right here. Or at least enough of these. That's good to know. Okay, well, thanks, YouTubers. I mean, that's way better than what I started off with. We will never forget the dark days of my first ever high mountain. Never forget. The pain and suffering on that day was real. I still hate high mountain. I don't mind high mountain on my kinesis at all anymore. I don't mind any of these at this point in time. You go out of your way to not do it. Yeah, I've not had that. If anything was gonna break me, it would have been the first experience on it. And because that didn't break me, there's zero chance I'll ever, like, have issues with any of these. I spent 3 hours in that fucking place. Just to not finish it, because I couldn't kill the last boss. Because my kinesis was too weak when I first hit 260. Nothing will break me in that content. The first time you ran out of time? Yeah, the problem was I couldn't do enough damage to build up enough of the bar to actually use him to kill when you do the special interactions, like the special shielding. I didn't have enough damage to get enough bar to kill those. So I would just continuously fail there. And I would run out of lives. It was a sad state of affairs. And, like, I had struggled. Like, none of the floors were good. Everything was just a struggle bus. So it was a pretty miserable time overall. It was not fun. Okay, familiar. I understand you want to be a dickhead right now, but I don't like it. So can you change your mind and upgrade? Should become unique. Alright, I see how it is. I see how it is. Oh, there we go, there we go. Surely your friend... Oops. Why didn't it... Why is Consolidate so weird? Oh, now you did what you're properly supposed to do. Okay, I see how it is. Alright, alright. Okay. It's one of those days. I see how it's gonna be, familiars. It's one of those days you don't want to level up whatsoever. Oh, I've said it a few times. You know, the statement is still true to this moment. Okay. Couple more attempts, right? Right? Holy. I think this is the most I've failed trying to go to unique on any familiars. Like, both of them are just not bad. It's just not going. Okay, okay. I wish this menu was quicker. Okay, we did it. Holy moly, that was a lot of familiar cards for a lot of failure there. But it's fine, it's fine. We got this. Anything? Nope. Anything? Nope. Completely dead familiars. Oh, whatever. Yay, that's done with that. This character should be completely done. We have... Where the heck is this? This thing to do. Claim these tickets, because why not? Oh. Completed the things, but didn't actually claim the tickets. Yeah, that's... Whoops. Let's go do the Kinesis bossing and mobbing, and then the AB. And we'll see from there if I want to do the bossing or not. Oh, it's Ursa's time. You know, I'm not going to do Ursa's tomorrow, because I'll be doing other stuff at that time, so may as well do it, honestly. Kind of forgot that this would be the time for Ursa's now. Yeah, I guess because 7 is reset time, so 8 p.m. would be Ursa's time. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because it used to be 8 and 9. Yeah, didn't think about that. Hello, Ursus. Boom, we go in, we murder Ursus yet again. Another day, another murder. Jesus. I don't really ever do it with, Yeah, well, for some reason, my combat power is super inflated in here when I do Ursus, because for whatever reason, the old muscle memories counts as combat power, and the new one doesn't. Why? I don't know. It just does. This is very awkward. I can't actually click on the thing because the chat's there, and I'm too lazy to move it at this point because there's no reason to. The only disadvantage is the pop-out chat, having to move it every time you log into a new character. But with how dead Mega Chat is nowadays, the pop-out chat has lost a lot of value for tracking all those things. Used to be very nice for looking for MVPs, but nowadays the MVPs don't exist. Alright, let's get this last Ursus done. Okay, another check mark done on the list here. Super duper easy and simple. Takes more time for Ursus to kill me than it is to do the Ursus. Yeah, Ursus, I like stopped paying attention to you because I was doing some stuff in Arknights here. Like, how the hell am I not dead yet? What are you doing, my guy? Or my girl? You did it! Alright, that's done. Nice. Ursus completed for the day. Mesos obtained. We're back up to a bill on this character. Let's go to the Kinesis now. Get Golux and Arcarium dead, do its dailies, repeat that same process on the AB, and then move on to doing some monster perks. And after the monster perks, we'll debate a bit if I want to do anything else.
Still blind to the difference between courage and... I suppose I should thank you for barging in here. If you hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life's work, I would feel a slight pang of guilt at making you...
I have been muted for a bit, haven't I? When did I press F2 and not press it back? Well, mistakes were made. Hasn't happened in a while. Alright, let's get this. Pop XP. Yep. There's the fans. There's no gear to swap with this character.
Still blind to the difference between... I suppose I should thank you for barging in here. If you hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life's work, I would feel a slight pang of guilt at making you suffer.
No Dominators. Pickolux. It's kind of funny how maybe I don't actually like to use my origin here. Because there's just no reason to. You just use all your burst and it just evaporates them. No thought process involved. Alright, that one's done. Let's go back into here and then out through here to teleport back. Quite the list of things you gotta do to do this one. We have Odium, we have that, okay. Oops. Let's activate this rune before we leave here. Oops. To the square! I said to the square, but that was where I didn't want to go to, because that's, the town. We were going to the wastes. Oh, I always forget that this map is too tall. So if you're on the bottom row, you don't actually hit the top with the spotlights, which is kind of annoying. Not the end of the world, because most of the time the only jump that you miss is that one I just missed. It's pretty easy to course correct afterwards to fix the problem. Alright, and give me the rest of the mobs. There we go. Turn mobs, I see a card. Anything else on the bottom row? Looks like a no. Was that a card I just saw? Yes, it was. Alright, time to kill 500 of these mobs. You know, ever since I upgraded this, what is the actual one? Trinity? Yeah, Hexa Trinity now. I don't think I'm ever gonna use this Celestial Roar again. This feels like fine enough for mobbing for the most part, especially for what it does. I don't have to swap the button anymore. I don't know if many people do that, where they have like classes that have a clear mobbing and like bossing skill. If they change their primary hotkey for that, because like Z is my primary attack on almost every class, except for Aaron. But every other class, their primary attack just goes on Z for me. But when it comes to classes that have mobbing and farming abilities that are different like this, I just swap them. Ooh, a fragment on a class that really wants it. Every little bit helps this character. $80 more mobs, 70 more mobs to go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the rest of the stuff off stream. I'm getting way too hungry at this point to keep going. Want to go eat some food. Come back later. Just do the cash shop transfer stuff. Finish off the monster parks. Maybe I do some bossing on the Corsair and the Kana. Probably not. We'll see what happens. But that's going to be it for me today, guys. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I will be back on Wednesday or on Thursday with some more Maplestory. We'll be heading into this week, the final week before one of the biggest patches in Maplestory history. If you guys enjoy the content, you're not already following on the Twitch side of things, give me a follow on Twitch. If you're on the YouTube side of things, give me a like and a sub. And if you're watching, or if you want to be more connected, I do have a Discord server that you can join. But that's going to be it for me today. Thanks everybody for watching. Bye bye!